That hair, though. Wow.
Greetings, mortals. And welcome back.
See, the hair disappears as soon as I put the... No, it doesn't disappear. Where is that? Part of my head is... Is it directly under this? Nailed it. Nailed it. How's it going? No one's in here yet. I guess I should probably go do the copy pastage and get that part done so that we can get moving. Is that the right button? We'll find out, I guess. Whoop. And we didn't actually do, you know, we never seem to actually do the thing in the stream title. It seems to never happen. Look, we're going to Might and Magic 6. We're gonna get some vampire stuff done. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be real this time. Trust me. Would I lie to you? Would I lie to you? Let's go to Might Magic 8, which we have updated. Also, fun fact, that legendary that we found the other day, the artifact we found, the legendary we found yesterday that had the really cool effect, which I guess is on you somewhere. Is it on you? Yes. This effect was added yesterday. We got this the day it was added. I was looking and I saw it on the patch notes for that day. I was like, whoa, wait. So, this is a really interesting one. So, this... I'm just gonna talk about this as we're starting up. This effect, for certain hybrids, is going to make a huge difference in their ability to maintain a bunch of buffs, right? Now, the question is, like, how important is that compared to losing access to all that HP, right? Like, that's potentially, like, a concerning trade, to trade all that HP out. But it's also very useful, potentially, if I only need, like, certain things. I might be able to get some really good benefits out of this on my current run. Particularly for, like, maybe like the vampire, maybe jungle fowl if we give up completely on the idea of ever surviving attack, things like that. Hey, Doja Cat. So we will see how I manage to work with this. Hopefully we'll be able to figure out some cool stuff to do with it, though. Do I want to do some inventory management here at the top? We should probably do at least a little. We don't necessarily need to do a ton. So we are ready for 6 again, right? Yes, we're ready for 6. The plan today is to actually do what it says on the tin, which I guess is kind of ambiguous. But the goal for today is to get the Archer quests done in Might and Magic 6. I'd like to get that whole chain finished, and get the full promotion done for Goose, because that would be cool. No, in 6, not in 7. So basically, just doing the Dragoon Stronghold. I didn't drink from the thing. Whoops. I didn't need to go there either. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We actually just need to do the one dungeon. We just need to do the Dragoon Stronghold, and then we just need to go to all of the towers. So I guess technically, now that I think about it, we're not going to be able to do both of those in one
Anchors away.
go. because we're going to run out of EXP, so we're not going to be able to do both. So, we'll at the very least do the first promotion, which won't actually promote me at all. And then the second promotion will come out after that. And... but yeah, we'll need to clear out one of the dungeons in Might and Magic 8. Streamer abandoned chat. Well, you know, that's how I roll. I abandon all chats. Is this the right place to be? Did we need to go to Blackshire or something first? I don't think so. We're fine. So, we're just going to pop over here. This is a fairly low-level zone. This is not a super high-level one, and it has a pretty decent thing. I'm not anticipating having too much trouble with it. I might end up running into some problems if I, shall we say, behave in an overly aggressive and silly fashion, which... pretty likely. Pretty likely. I know what you meant, Celestial, but, you know, everything's about it. Oh, boy. Please? No. I forgot that the entrance had that.
Yeah, great.
Okay, there we go. So, first try. Let's go. This doesn't even have, like... it doesn't even have very many enemies in it. Oh my god. Okay.
Done it.
Oh, right, yeah, you have Dragon Breath now. I forgot. Is that everything? No. Okay. We've got 3% of the dungeon done, and we've killed like 2 things. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's fine. Dragon Breath hit for 24k, let's go. 65k from the fucking Fire Blast. Oop. And then I killed myself.
I'm hurt.
Oh man, ooh, this is Adamantite, and we already got it that low. This is gonna be a good time. Look, first try, let's go. First try, let's do this. I wonder if these are preset, because that was just exactly 2. Is this gonna be the same swordsman? It looks like it maybe is. These might be preset. This might not be an actual random pack. Every stream is an aggression stream, you know me. Wow. Oh, okay. Why? Oh, there's a shadow nearby. Okay. Okay. I'm like, wait. Why weren't they appearing on my minimap? I was like, oh, I see. I'm picking up what's being put down here. Wow, you are really... They're really squishy. Okay, I probably shouldn't have just walked in. That was not the correct choice. But oh, there's over here. Perfect. Green? 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 No, no green. No green for us. Okay. So, we move over here. It would be nice to get in the green because getting in the green would give me access to the ability to save a couple of times. I don't necessarily want to go through those. I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that I know a boss is over there somewhere. Because I don't think the boss is... Could you? Could you? Oh god. You're gonna kill me. It's fine, don't worry about it. just melting. Alright, we're gonna swap to Toxic Cloud for right now. We should have not done that, because now we have a big AoE situation.
Okay.
It's better to get like one big AoE off periodically than it is to do superior single target damage with that character, I think. Oh, that's concerning. All set. Actually, let's take a look at our damage output so far. Interesting. That is not expected. That's healing. Okay, that's also not expected, if I'm going to be honest. Would not have expected Cassowary to be doing the bulk of the damage. I guess it comes down to the fact that there's a lot of AoE here, and and Raven is running out of SP, and I'm not using AoE on mine at the moment. I was using single target. Okay. Oh right, yeah, you're starting at such a tiny HP. Okay, this is a concern. Please. Okay. Everything's fine. We're at 22%. We've now cleared this room. Okay, I already aggroed everything in here. I assume that the room... Okay. Now we could try to walk over to the entrance of that room and do a wee bit of murder there. Oop, okay. You know, y'all are really a pain in the ass here. Okay. We actually have such low HP right now that I think we are going to swap this out. I don't think that this is not gonna help me. If I'm getting knocked out by my own spells, that's a bridge too far for me right now. So let's equip this, which has kind of the opposite effect, where we'll have a shit ton of lifesteal now. I'm actually going to swap you to single target for the rest of this room. I feel like it kind of depends on which portion of the fight against, oh my god, against the level 300 genies, right? Like, when we first started the fight with the level 300s, they were very spooky. And then, eventually, as you continue fighting them over and over again, they become less spooky and more just, like, frustrating periodically. Like, if you've died to something enough times, eventually the excitement wears off, I think. Can we get to you? Pretty close, but no. Exactly, more kooky. There we go. Okay, we might die here. We're gonna die here. We didn't die here because we are gods, and not because of luck, but because of pure, unadulterated skill. I believe that we're still not going to get in the green over here, but I am going to check anyway. Yeah, I don't think those were the closest. I think the things in that room are the closest. Yeah, the wall was definitely a top-tier guest. Do we save here? I feel like no. I feel like... There we go. I feel like this is a room that we will hopefully be able to pull them to us. Because this corridor isn't going to, like, block them off. I say as they get stuck in the corner, but it's not going to block me from hitting them. It'll just block them from doing things. They're particularly incompetent. Okay. I'll shoot a few of these out, see if a little bit of variance helps. The answer is no, the little variance does not help. I'm assuming I need a steeper angle. Okay. I don't think that we've killed everything in this room. I would be very surprised if that was the case. But I don't know where they are. I would assume the top right corner, maybe. It's still possible for them to be in that top right corner. Becoming harder and harder. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. The entryway had the same set of enemy. The one time that I did the entryway, because I obviously only went to the entrance once, but that one time... It was always in that one instance the same thing. Okay, so for here, do I try to do this without saving? Probably not. I should probably save. I don't imagine that the middle room is going to be that complicated, because if I die at it, I can always just, like... Well, it's easier to... I shouldn't have opened this. I should have opened the middle first. Now that I think about it. Which I still can, if I die. Which I won't, because obviously we're going to clear this on the first attempt. Okay, easy peasy. So we're just going to keep shooting into this corner. Toxic Cloud's hitting a lot harder now. Hitting for 1,300 instead of 600 is nice. Boo. Boo. Okay. Shadow Ogre Chieftain has been hit, so we know where it is. There's somebody in this corner. I guess I can shoot. I forgot that I could even do rock blasts.
Ready to use.
Oh, right. Okay.
Ready.
Hi? Okay. Sure. Have fun, buddy. Okay, 13K. Oops. I'm looking to get a nice explosion off here. Hey, you know what? We got our wall friend back. How about that? Just gonna 22K. Everything's fine. We have not pulled the boss yet. It's so good that everything in here has no HP. I'm being so aggressive. Did I just shoot him? Hey, Malkuth. Everything's going fine. We're on our first attempt. Okay, I have 15 questions for you. I don't actually. I have nothing. That was simply a lie. Okay. Is it just the shadow? We do not currently have an ongoing topic, except arguably whether this counts as Wall making another guest appearance or not. And I think it counts. Whoa, shit! Oh, I'm gonna die, aren't I? You know, it's not good. It's not good to. It's not good to misclick. I have to move my finger a lot. You know, it's like it has to travel all the way to the shift button. Okay, there we go. We got the shadow dealt with. So with the shadow dealt with. Yep. Yep, there's a reason. There's a reason my wife calls this the game where you can't turn around. Because she exclusively sees me walking backward in it. I'm never moving forward whenever she looks. The really funny thing is that people actually do, like, necklace percent and stuff like that where you're not allowed to, like, turn the camera. I almost died there. Kaz doesn't play these kinds of games, unfortunately. No such luck. No such luck. Okay, so... What do you think about once you finish the game, you can select a new game? An unenchanted legendary ring? I don't really know. Actually. I'm not particularly loot motivated. So I'm not necessarily the person to ask about that as a result of that. But, like, conceptually, I think it makes a degree of sense. I don't really know. Because, like, for my part, I'm probably not the kind of person that would use it. Because, like, if I'm given a New Game Plus advantage, I don't want to use New Game Plus advantages if I do get them. I can actually Dragon Blast you, probably.
Okay.
It sounds like they're hitting me here. Oh, wow, that Dragon Breath does way more damage to me than anything else does. Holy shit!
I knew we'd never win.
Why does Dragon Breath do so much more damage than this thing? Than Fire Blast? That hit hard. Huh, I don't know. Okay, so these are going to leak in a very uncomfy way. So we're going to not pull the shadow again. We're gonna no, because it killed the vampire. I like blew up my vampire, I think. I could be wrong. It could have been that they just specifically timed the attack at the exact same moment. So I guess that's hypothetically possible, but I don't think so. I don't think that's what happened. Oh shit, yeah. gotta reload. Starting our second attempt. Okay, this needs to be swapped to Dragon Breath.
Okay.
And then we get tagged. Yeah. Gotta start from scratch. Let me take a look at how much damage I'm doing here. Do I feel like it's reasonable
Never seen one before.
to... I don't know that it's reasonable to try to clear these this way. Like with the whole swarm attacking me like this? That might not work because I'm going to run out of mana. I have the ability to turn off the cycle and just exclusively use... Oh, shit! I forgot you were alive. I want to check something.
Ready.
Is that doing a lot more damage? I feel like that did about twice as much damage, right? Maybe not. They're at least in the same order of magnitude, so if it's a problem, it's not like the biggest deal. I think probably part of the problem is that I have more characters doing the AoE in total, which is massively increasing the damage output.
Ready to use.
Let's see. I'm going to turn off my rotation. We're going to try to do just a stand here and kill everything as it shows its head strat. And we'll see how that goes for us. I'm anticipating it going badly because I think we'll run out of resources before we run out of enemies.
Got that one.
We haven't even seen a boss yet.
Go.
This corner might actually work. Oh boy, what is this? I have the ability to turn off the cycle and just exclusively use... Oh shit! Let's see. We could do that. We could try that. WikiFeet would love it. I am not famous enough to have a WikiFeet, I don't think. Not that I've checked. Does WikiFeet have standards? Like, like where it's like... Because I would almost assume they would have to, right? Like, because otherwise... Like, it has a distinct, like, revenge porny vibe to it. If, like, random people are allowed to just put their, like, math teacher on WikiFeet. So, like, there's got to be, like, some sort of thing of, like, the person has to actually be a celebrity on some level, right?
Ready.
Which, does that make it better? Debatable. Debatable.
Beats me. Okay.
At what point does the general shape and structure of one's feet become a legitimate matter of national discourse? I guess international discourse.
I'm hurt.
Potentially never. Let's see. I've never even heard of WikiFur. What would WikiFur even be? Like, that seems weird. Well, I know it's furries, but, like, that's... What the fuck? Like... But, like, WikiFeet is about, like... consolidating information about people's feet. Like, do you need to consolidate information about... like, do you need to be... Like, what is the... yeah, this door is causing some problems for me, it turns out. Maybe I could just kill them by just standing here. I don't know. For my purpose, that doesn't sound like a wiki. Right? And I guess, if we're being honest, WikiFeet probably also doesn't seem like a wiki. But at least it's like... Oh, it's like... about celebrities with, like, a specific thing, as opposed to just, like, oh, like, I'm trying to think of, like, an example of, like, it's like, it would be like if a catalog of cosplay, right, was calling itself a wiki, which just, it doesn't seem like categorically what it is, right? Categorically, wouldn't that be, like, a different thing? I don't know. Why are you dying to this door? What spell are you casting? Are you hitting blades? You're casting blades. I didn't open this door.
I need healing.
What was some nice cherry picking? Wait, what? I guess I could. Oh yeah. Yes. Why was I in the red? Okay, you're putting me in the red. Rude. Did you die or something? You didn't, right? You just wandered in here. Did you die somewhere in this room? What the? Wait, what? Oh, there are two bodies here. Don't mind me. Am I just crazy? There was only one body there, right? You saw a ghost? Well, there's certainly enough bodies in here.
Ready to use.
So, as soon as I walk near the door, it seems like things start popping out immediately. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of AoEing through the door. At some point, we'll stop shooting them through the door. I even feel a little less bad about it. Just because... Wow, that was a 70k shot. Let's go. Who? Who? Wait. What the fuck just happened? I saw it appear on my map. What the Which is, you know what? That's appropriate, Doja Cat, considering that that whole, it's supposed to be like a challenge of courage, so being, a kid and being too scared to go in there, that, that fully checks out. If it's meant to be a challenge of courage for, someone who's a knight. Indeed. Okay. So, what am I going to do about this situation? Do I retreat off into a corner to regen mana and then come back through? Yeah, this was the odds, right? Like the early odds. No way that Might and Magic 6 came out in 2007. You telling me this game is less than 20 years old? No shot. Might and Magic 6 did not there's no way that came out after World of Warcraft. Might and Magic 6. It came out in 2011, according to Google. Thank you, Google, for being useless. Let's see here. Oh, Google will not give me... There we go. 6 is 98. Lord of the Rings reference. It's talking about Heroes of Might and Magic 6. That came out of Might and Magic 2011. It's just that Google's like, no, the Mandate of Heaven, that doesn't exist. The only series that exists is the Heroes series. There was never an RPG series. A beloved franchise, one might say. Let's see. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe it came out in 2001 or something. Strategy games have honestly fallen off a lot. There's not nearly as many. There was a huge heyday of strategy games, and now there just aren't that many. Everybody was making strategy games for a while. It was a huge thing. And the Heroes series, I think, was always bigger than the RPG series. The strategy genre, I think, was a bigger genre at the time than RPGs. RPGs were more niche. I could be wrong, but based off of the prominence, certainly in the West, of things like StarCraft, I feel like I get the impression that the RPG space was a much more niche space than the strategy space, at least for a while. Okay, we're gonna need to turn this off because we need to be mana efficient here. I don't know that we're going to be able to make this happen.
Well, we got that one. Never seen one before. Never seen one before. Never seen one before.
Okay, we're going to cast Toxic
Okay.
Plants for a while. I mean, hey, they've technically done that. Ubisoft has already beaten you to the punch. There's a whole catalog of phone games. The Might and Magic series is a Ubisoft China tower defense game, I think. That's what you were asking for, right? That's what you're looking for, right? When you're talking about Might and Magic for the phone? Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're just gonna do this the lazy way. We're just gonna be lazy. What? Not a fan of the corpses of long dead series being repeatedly trodden on, having their reanimated husks dragged out to serve capital over and over again. The same people that destroyed the series profiting from it over and over and over again. Is that not a thing that you find enjoyable? I can't imagine why. Yeah, it's my understanding that they're schlock, right? Which, makes sense. A lot of the major game companies dedicate most of their time to creating absolute schlock. Like, even Atlas, like, probably 80% of their actual, like, products are just fully schlock. Like, just, like, complete waste of space, like, pseudo art. And I consider Atlas to be one of the companies that makes, like, really impressive RPGs. But they also create the spin-off titles for all of their really impressive RPGs, which are, shall we say, less impressive. Less mechanically impressive. And some of them are fine. Like the Persona 5 spin-off called Persona 5 Strikers, I think. Which was basically like, what if we did Persona... what if we did Persona 5 version of Dynasty Warriors, would be the way that I would describe it, mostly. That was actually fine. I don't think it was a solid... I don't know that I would consider it fine to make something that's very mediocre in a very oversaturated genre. Because it's like, we already have the good versions of these, we don't need the version of it that's like mediocre and kind of exists just for the sake of existing, you know what I mean? So I might have immediately talked myself out of the Persona 5 Strikers is fine, actually. But okay, that is going to just kill me. Damn. Damn. Okay. I don't know that we're going to be able to get away with opening this door, honestly. I think that we might just need to pull everything into this middle room here. Let's make that happen. I think if I stand here, they should start leaking there. Get an angle on you.
Ready.
But anyway, but there's also like a lot of like, you know, there's a huge amount of filler in those series, and as far as I can tell, most of them are, I think, fine. Like, people seem to enjoy the fighting games and stuff like that, but like, I don't know that they're certainly better than, you know, what like Konami's doing, right? Like what Konami is choosing to spend its time on, like. So Atlas is no Konami, but they are making a lot of stuff that probably doesn't need to be made. But they also make some really great stuff. So I don't knock the hustle on trying to pay for the art. It's fine to pay for your art, actually. Though, you know what, I actually, you know what, I've come around on Atlas. I don't know that I've ever seen Atlas making a game that is like the kind of schlock that you see out of the Final Fantasy series, now that I think about it. Like, there's a lot of phone game, like, free-to-play gacha stuff coming out of the Final Fantasy series these days. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that out of Atlas. So it's entirely possible that the creative team is just like, I don't want to just keep making the same kind of game. I want to make a bunch of different random shit. And you know what? I respect the hustle. I've come back around to it. Atlas, you know, the complaints that I had, I think I might have been overzealous, actually. It's fine for a creative team that can make really amazing RPGs to instead make a mediocre action game. That's fine, actually. That's fine. You know what? I've come around to it. They're allowed, as the sole arbiter of what Atlas is and is not allowed to do with their time and energy. I have decreed that it's fine, actually.
Ready to.
But it is really interesting how like diverse the pool is of like what Atlas makes, because like companies like From Software like makes a game every like yeah. So by Konami is trying not to do pachinko, do you mean Japan has started making noise about maybe regulating pachinko as gambling, and so Konami is trying to diversify its investments? By the way, that's off the dome. That's not something that I'm aware of happening. Okay, this is not something that I'm like politically aware of. This is just something I'm guessing. All of the social destructiveness of gambling and none of the illegality. Or I guess at least only some of the illegality, because isn't like pachinko like heavily run by the Yakuza, so it's all criminal organizations even though it's technically legal? Like, isn't it like really deeply in the pockets of the mob? Though even then, I don't know what's going on with the Yakuza. I'm kind of under the impression that the Yakuza has been on the way out recently. for like basically like that the Yakuza is getting sort of pushed out by younger blood that's not joining up with their official organizations and stuff. This is the impression I've gotten from like certain Japanese media, and there was some video essay on it that I didn't watch, but I saw the title of. So I don't know if this is like an actual thing or not. I just have the impression that the Yakuza might be on its way out. Because I guess it's presumably it's been on the decline for quite a while. But I don't know if that's reaching ahead or not. Because, like, I think that... I don't know that an organization like the Yakuza can necessarily survive the transition to, like, all of the really good scams are legal now. Like, the stuff that you would make real money off of these days, where the real money is in destroying society in legal ways. And I'm actually legitimately unsure if a like criminal organization can survive the transition to going fully legit with any degree of consistency or not. I don't really know. Because, like, why would you bother trying to make money illegally when you could make the same money legally if you already have the money, right? So I would presume that the Yakuza has like a lot of like sort of competition from like major corporations in terms of their like their fundamental business model. Like I could be wrong, but that's the impression that I get. Like the more our economy, the more the legal economy becomes built off of scams and not illegality, but things that were illegal 50 years ago, the less value there is in having an organization that's good at hiding the crimes that you do in that way. I don't know. Okay, gotcha. So let's go outside and save again. Whoa, we have not finished clearing, never mind. We need to swap back to...
Ready to...
Yeah, the economy's gotten a lot more predatory recently. Like, when I was a kid, being greedy was considered bad. Like, greed was, you know, considered a sin, it turns out, in most, you know, major religions. But these days, like, greed is good has become very much the dominant philosophy of the world in a way that has really shifted things a lot. Like, a lot of the dynamics regarding, like, the expectations of quality from corporations and things like that. Like, it used to be that people would say, oh, well, if a company, you know, wants customers, then it has to give you a good product, right? And it's bad for companies to give you bad products, and it's bad for companies to basically finagle the system so that they don't have to compete with each other in order to, so that they can basically not give you a good product, right? They can bypass the consumer desire for good products by monopoly or oligopoly or this, that, or the other thing, right? But these days, what people will say if a company engages in explicitly criminal behavior that is designed to basically bypass the consumer desire to have good products. Like if they engage in illegal anti-consumer practices that make them money, a lot of people's response to that will be that they respect the hustle. That's the response a lot of people will give, like a lot of normal people. That was not a normal response 20 years ago. 20 years ago, people would not respect the hustle of companies doing these kinds of things. And, like, to a large degree, the most extreme response you're going to get from most people to finding out that a company engaged in some, like, horrendous, what should we call it? Like, what's identity theft, right? Like that, like your bank engaged in identity theft and and stole a bunch of money out of your account by doing the identity theft, right? Like, a lot of the time these days, if a company does that, people just get to give a tired sigh, right? Like when the Wells Fargo shit came out, I don't think that there was nearly as big of an uproar as there would have been 20 years ago. I don't think anybody got arrested for that, right? Like, that was like an explicit, like, mass identity theft criminal organization, right? Wells Fargo. And I don't think anybody got criminal charges. There might have been like a couple of low-level employees who got criminal charges, maybe. But like, yeah, it's an issue. I actually do think that we should bring back governments dissolving corporations and seizing their assets. That's a thing that needs to come back. It, like, Wells Fargo should have been dissolved, and its assets should have been absorbed by the state. I actually fully believe that. When you have a corporation that is engaged in explicitly illegal behavior from top to bottom, that is systemically a criminal organization, right? They should be dissolved. In the same way that, like, when someone engages in a crime, you imprison them, the equivalent of doing that for a company is taking their assets. That's what the equivalent is. The equivalent to throwing someone in prison. So if corporations want to be people, congratulations, you're people, and we're dissolving you. America also has the death penalty, to be clear, so. But I don't think it's equivalent. The death penalty is not equivalent to dissolving a company, even like within the limited framework of discussing like the corporation, because the fundamentals that make up the corporation still exist. They are just in a different form. A corporation is a collection of different entities doing different things. Both the people within the organization, but also like the different like administrative collections that make up the things. I guess I shouldn't be looting. What am I doing? We're not quite done yet. So we need to go grab the last switch to the new game. I don't think the Better Business Bureau like really has existed in 50 years. Did the better question is, did the Better Business Bureau survive Reagan? Did the Better Business Bureau survive Reagan? Probably not. Not a lot did. Hey, it's not against the rules to loot stuff. I just like not looting because it's fun to have all the bodies lying around, and because I like to keep it a secret what kind of stuff we've found. Ooh, this is a big pack that I maybe...
Ready to use.
Oh, you mean like, did it survive in the sense that is it literally an organization at all anymore? I don't know that they've necessarily dissolved anywhere near all of the organizations that they're intending to do. I don't think that much has actually been dissolved yet. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Ready to use.
Like, the education department's still there, right? But one of the key things is that you don't actually have to get rid of a department to destroy it. Because if you put someone in charge of a department and tell them your job is to do nothing, to make sure that nobody in your organization does anything, like this organization stops working. That, like, we're putting a stop work order on this department of the government. If you do that, then you've destroyed. That's like the department being destroyed, right? Not even hollowing it out is like a different thing. I'm not even talking about that. Hollowing it out requires involves like a lesser degree of control. They have like full autocratic control of a lot of these departments at this point, where it's like they have assumed direct control, right? A lot of what they did with Doge was basically say, this department no longer has any autonomy whatsoever. Everything is subject to what the whims of the presidency. There's no, like, administrative state left. This is just, like, ours. Because countries don't actually work, like, the executive branch of the United States government doesn't actually work for the president, right? Like, the president's in, like, the org chart, right? But, like, the CEO of a company actually generally can't just fire random employees. Like, in practice, if they want someone fired, they can do it. But technically, they don't actually have that authority. There's a manager who's responsible for that, and they would have to go through them. And that manager is like 3 levels down the org chart, right? Just because you're at the top of the chart doesn't mean that you can do everything. You can't. You're not doing most things. Most things are not done by you. And a lot of the time, in like a well-managed organization, the top can't fuck with the bottom, right? The bottom level of the organization has to keep running regardless of which idiot is on top. And so the person on top does not actually have the ability to do nearly as much as you'd expect. So, like, generally speaking, the president has the ability to set, like, the certain, like, expectations and goals for a department, but is not really directly involved in its management in any meaningful way, right? Like, in like a city context, right? I'm more familiar with, like, city governments than I am with the federal government. But, like, in a city context, the mayor can't fire staff. The mayor can fire the city manager. Actually, I don't think they can. I think the city council can usually. It would depend on the actual thing. But let's presume that the mayor and the city council are in alignment, and the government, the people who are the elected officials, are like, this employee is a problem, we want this employee gone. They have to go through the city manager. And if the city manager says no, the only thing they can do about it is get rid of the city manager and replace them with someone who will say yes. They can't do it directly. They can't just take random employees and fire them. And that is basically the way the federal government works to a large degree, right? Like, firing the head of the FBI so that they can replace the head of the FBI with a person who will fire the person they want fired, right? That was a thing in the previous thing. So what's happened now is that the White House has kind of just like assumed direct control over everything in the org chart to the like the lowest level. This like very strong authoritarian in the literal sense, right? It's the power is consolidated and not split within like the organization. All of the power is centralized within the head of the executive as opposed to being distributed throughout the executive, right? Authoritarian in the literal sense, right? So anyway, so that's the thing that's been happening recently, right? So because of that assumption of direct control, instead of only having the ability to like yell at the leadership of a department, there's now the ability to be like, okay, well, we're just going to fire everyone in the department who doesn't agree to do whatever it is that we want them to do, right? And we will like that kind of stuff, the sort of like dismantling of the
No room.
the administrative state in like a pretty direct way has been like the thing that's gone on recently. So yeah, good times. Good times are had when all of the information that the Social Security Administration has is now known by every maleficent actor on the internet all at once, because it was all just copied onto completely unsecured laptops of random teenagers. That's the world that we live in. That's the world we live in. And I do mean teenagers. I think one of them was 19. I think one of them was 19. So yeah, it's all good. Let's take a look at what loot we found. See if any of it's any good.
Worthless. We don't need it. We don't need it. This item.
We've got some garbage. We've got some more garbage. We got even more garbage. Okay, this is pretty good. Not for us, but it's good. Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually train. I forgot to train Dragon's skill while I was there. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna fly. Yeah, imagine entrusting national security secrets to an AI. Like, with even the most basic understanding of how AI programs operate, the idea that you would give any sort of national security secret fed into something like ChatGPT is like I think there's an argument to be made that the act of typing national security secrets into ChatGPT is like sedition definitionally. right? Is spying on your own country considered sedition? I think so, right? You can charge someone with sedition for spying on their own country, I think. Espionage is the word I'm looking for, but I think it's also sedition if you're doing it to your own country. What do you mean nothing here? Oh, I have to click on the keyboard. Don't mind me. I remember how this game works. So finally, we are not going to get blown up by random towers. How is our stuff looking? We need almost exactly one more level. I'm gonna go tag this one, and then I think I actually might just do... I might just do the other dungeon here before we move on, because this other dungeon needs to get done. This other dungeon might actually be a problem. This dungeon might be a significant issue for us because we have no defense. Like, none whatsoever. The entire dungeon is very tiny, and it is a... there's a lot of traps that will probably kill me instantly. And basically there's a lot of tight corners where if I take the tight corners, I could easily get killed. Right, because if I take one hit, I die. But that being said, the enemies are very low level. This is a very low level dungeon, so we'll see.
Yeah, great plan.
That's not That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. What are we doing? Okay, we are on Inferno. So we do have an AoE rotation active right now. We have Dragon Breath active. That's concerning. If we started with Inferno and have an AoE rotation and we still... Okay, we did just one-shot that ruffian. We did not one-shot this. This is gonna be funny. I think we might be able to handle this. We might be able to get this done.
Where is the enemy?
But doing so is going to rely on getting some good luck with some of our shots. We're going to turn the rotation off and use Rock Blast. We're going to save the game. We're going to pop over here. I didn't turn the rotation off. Turn the rotation off so that we just are spamming Rock Blast. We're going to Rock Blast around this corner. We've got 16% of the dungeon cleared. Okay, we're saving the game. Saving the game under danger. So, our goal is to get to 65% so that we can walk out the front door. Fuck, I missed the... Oh, we are in deep shit. Damn. Okay, the swapper is going to be a problem. We're not going to fight the swapper yet if we can avoid it. Okay, the brigand was not killed in a single round of combat. That's very concerning for us. Is there nobody in here? There's somebody in here. I just missed. Okay, if I open this door, I die. If I step on that, I think I maybe die. Do I die? Do I have to go that way? Oh, wait. We can probably telekinesis this door. Telekinesis the door. You took a shit ton of damage from something. Did you take damage from me telekinesising the door? Unusual. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it. Obviously, we need to shoot this direction, right? Okay, we've aggroed somebody. They're presumably coming this way? They're not, because... How the fuck do I open... Oh! Wow, this is so narrow. I'm not used to seeing doors this narrow. Okay. Where the fuck are we? We're not where that boss was. I'm gonna see how much damage we do with this. Because I want to see if there's a boss in this pack. I don't think there's a boss in this pack, but I could be wrong. We're gonna try it. Okay. Fuck. I needed to stop a little bit earlier than I stopped, so that I could get them to start attacking me earlier in the pattern. Okay, so we're killing this one. Easy. Killing this one. No problem. Going here. We are casting telekinesis on the door. And legendary power saves you from lethal damage. Oh yeah, rock blast is a lot of fun to use. Do I just ignore those for now? I think I need them. Okay, so that's done. If we step on this, I think we die. I don't think there's anybody in this back room here. Can I save there? I don't think so, because I think that it's going to be too close. Fuck. Okay. Oh jeez, how are you still alive? Oh shit! Oh, there's a door here. I forgot the door was there. Alright. We need to clear out just like a couple of rooms, I think, successfully. So, luckily this goes very fast. Like, each attempt is very quick. So, we're going to consolidate all these in one place. Tag them all. Get around this corner, get around this corner. Okay, around this corner, we're probably dead because I didn't do enough damage along the way. But it's possible that we get this off the back of them just not aggroing fast enough to kill us. Or being low enough, because we did already get a big AoE into them right at the start there. So, I think that's that. Okay. I'm going to wait a little bit, because we need to be able to Dragon Breath a lot. Wow. Interesting. Any day. Okay, there we go. That's a concern. Is there a door there? I sure hope there's a door there. I think that might explode on them. It will not explode on them, it looks like. Don't think that's going to be too helpful, but maybe it will. It exploded on some, but not all of them here. Basically, it's exploding near the enemies, it's not hitting them at all. But exploding near the enemies is all it needs to do to kill them. I'd rather get a nice, clean hit, though. So we've done a little bit of damage. That preserves us in the case of... I don't actually know... Is there gonna be a clean angle on this? I feel like there maybe isn't an angle that'll work for this, now that I think about it. Because of that thing in the middle there. Because I can't... If I shoot above... Actually, I guess I can jump. Nah, it's still bouncing off of it. Okay, that's funny. Oh, shit! That's a problem. That right there, that's a problem. Damn. Okay, we're gonna need to clear out that room first. Because we have the ability to shoot past the other room and into that room. So... I don't think this is going to take too long in absolute terms, so I'm very content to just putter around with it. Unfortunately, I did just blow myself way the fuck up. So, okay, legendary power saves you from lethal. Ignore you. Okay, so we're going over here. Right, there was a door behind me. No, there was a wall behind me. Alright, we've cleared this pack. So, with that pack cleared, we can now go over here. Nope. Where were we? Oh, no, we did this room. Right. Do we do this room? Yeah, let's do this room. Okay, we've killed some of them, not all of them. Okay, we didn't die because we got lucky. We don't have enough mana so we might actually die here. We can't cast another Dragon Breath. If we had a Dragon Breath, we might have survived that. I need to... Yikes. We're going to swap to Toxic Cloud. Open this. Lethal damage is prevented by the Fang. We swap to Dragon Breath. And we just pound into everybody in this room. Shit. Okay, we're fine. We have a good angle on them here. Did they both die? Looks like they both died. Okay. Next on our agenda is you. Okay, we aggroed another one. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Nothing too big of a problem. Okay. So we're going to periodically aggro through this room. Should I try to do this? You know what's funny? That's the room, that's the spot that we were trying to hit before. Okay, I have gone in a direction that's not optimal. That's okay. You know, the really funny thing is that we actually had an angle on this. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a brigand. We cannot afford to just sit on the brigand. We ran into a trap there. We didn't die, though? Okay, brigand's toast. That one's toast. That one is toast. Yes, it's presumably this that I ran into. Okay, I'm actually going to walk over toward this room. I don't think we're going to get in the green anytime soon here, so we're going to go this way. We're going to see how many are in this room still. I wasn't paying enough attention and didn't notice it approaching. That is going straight into a corridor, okay. So these beds, I think, are the beds that I used to block line of sight before. So I could hypothetically use a bed like this to good advantage. Oh, baby. Okay. Okay. Is that everybody? Wow. That's... We cleared the whole room. Okay, nice. Very nice. Whoa! Fuck. Wait, you don't have 300 endurance? That's so sad. I didn't see that thing coming up behind me. A single low-tier rogue. Okay, you do not have endurance on your chest, so hardened item would not have saved me there. Okay, you're unconscious, not dead. If I open this door, I risk getting... No, I don't. As long as I don't open the next door, I don't risk getting pincered. Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought the rogues would be sneaky? Okay, we're going to swap to Toxic Cloud so that we're at least doing something. Please? That was close. If we hadn't gotten the mono back for the Flame Blast at that exact moment, I probably would have gotten killed there. I also need to remember I can prime the Rock Blasts in advance, so that when they come into the room that I'm in, they take damage. Important. Okay, we're at 35%. We've cleared that one out. I think that room is now fully cleared. So, from here, is there a door? There's not a door. Okay, the fact that there's no door here means that I cannot... fight these in a way that's safe. I need to go a little bit further forward. I know where that pack is now, so I just need to actually hit it. Confused as to why the angle isn't really changing here at all. That's interesting. They're impacting something, but... and it feels like they should be impacting the enemies, but they're not triggering the enemies for some reason. That's very odd. Because there was a pack right there, right? Yeah, they were definitely... I was definitely shooting the enemies, and it wasn't, like... it wasn't actually doing anything for some reason. That's very unusual. An invisible boss would be very funny. Mechanically, I'm not sure how it would work. Because in order to target an enemy, you need to be able to see them. Like, you need to have a model to click on. But you could, I guess you could just make the model super tiny, so that it's like technically there's a speck on your screen that could be targeted, but you can't like manually target it because you can't click on it. But it's still visible for your character's like auto-targeting mechanics. Like, that could work. It could work really well, actually. Let's see here. Alright, we're gonna pull this pack, hopefully. Okay, we're dropping back from here, turning around. There's no other through line to me. My hope is that this pack gets me in the green, and that but I don't think it will, because I think there's more enemies that I have to deal with, unfortunately. I don't know if I even pulled this whole pack, honestly. Okay, we definitely didn't pull everything from there. These are fairly high level. This is concerning. 59%. We were approaching the 60% marker. There's no enemies in this room, I don't believe. So, I guess I could open it and confirm that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's no enemies in there. So, I could hypothetically go in there and try to save in that room, but I don't really want to. I don't like the idea of saving in a room that I don't remember the exact, like, pattern on. Okay. My assumption here is that... Wait, is this a dead end? Is the boss room over here? I'm really concerned that I'm gonna like trigger a trap or something. It's interesting. I feel like the way that the projectiles bounce off the walls is a little weird sometimes. Really struggling to shoot down the pipe here. Okay. I've shot so many shots into this room. There can't be enemies in here, right? Okay, let's try to shoot a shot in here. I think this room is a trap room. So, we're not walking into this room at all. Not until we've saved. But I think in order to get in there at all, we're going to need to... Unfortunately, do I have to clear the entire zone? We just cleared a couple from there. Where the hell's the boss room? I really don't want to walk into this room because I think the floor there has a bunch of traps in it that I don't remember the locations on. So, I'm going to see if we can get in the green over here. Apparently not. Which is concerning because I don't remember... where they would be. I guess maybe there's like a boss room here. Okay, jump over that. We can go over here. And we could try opening that door. I think if we open that door... does it go very badly for me? I think maybe it does. It looks like we've rotated back around to the entrance, and we know we have a boss at that entrance. So... I don't think I can get an angle on the door that creates the pit trap. If I could get an angle on clicking on that door with telekinesis, I could potentially use it for some shenanigans. Okay, that is... okay, we got somebody. That is the boss. Okay, am I going the correct direction? Kind of. Oh, this is... oh, I just killed myself? I didn't kill myself because I have time. Fuck! I went the wrong way and killed myself. Where the fuck am I? I killed myself on the boss. So this is concerning. We're going to have to maybe clear a different set of enemies here than I was hoping to, because this gets us to 64%, and 64% is not sufficient. All right, we're just going to open this. We don't die. We are going to aggro those. We don't need to worry about them right now. Let's take a look. What happens if I do... if I click this, does this go away? It doesn't. So 2 enemies spawn on us when we do that, it looks like. Okay, first one. Second one, open this. Don't die. If we open this from here... oh, that's... okay, so this does despawn. So... is there... it's funny, I didn't remember the thing happening there. I didn't remember the ads. Are the ads new, maybe? Oh! No. I'm aggroing them from somewhere, I think. Let's... I could be wrong, but I think that those were not spawned in. I think I was pulling them somehow through... those are the ones from the hallway. What am I thinking? I'm going into this hallway. It's aggroing the mobs that I've already killed in this hallway once before. I'm a dumb, don't mind me. I'm sure they're literally on my minimap the whole time. Jeez, I'm taking so much damage here. So you're using Rock Blast, I believe. Yes. So... okay. So those are done. With those killed... we should be able to open this. That didn't aggro the enemies inside yet. Where's the switch? There's the switch. Okay, that switch allows us to get out of here. If we can kill the enemies. Okay, we did kill it before it got the kill. Okay, this brigand is potentially going to kill us, but luckily we are on a slope, which does slow them down somewhat. Is there anybody else in this room? No, this room is empty. We might be able to get in the green down here. If we can clear out, like, even maybe just this enemy. We've killed a couple of extra enemies by doing this. And this also gives us another extra tunnel to play with. Like a nice long corridor to pull them down. Fuck! And then I immediately botch it. Oh my god, I ran into a wall. Unforced error. Okay. I think there's about a 1 in 5 chance of me dying there, because I think that if that hits the Seraph, I just die. So that's that group toasted. We now have this group, which is 2 enemies. And if we can clear out these 2... Fuck. You missed! Wow, that was raw, unadulterated power of luck. We looted an enemy. Naughty us. Naughty, naughty. Okay, we cannot save in this corner. But I think we might be able to if we kill this group. If we kill this group, we might have 2 saves available to us, which will be really clutch, so... Like, each of these attempts are not super long. So, like, I don't have, like, a big... Shit. I was expecting these to go down faster than this. Yikes. Why are they... Oh, merry little... Okay. Rough. Very rough. Where would the extra enemies be that are blocking me here? Like, this is pretty far away from everyone, right? Like, why am I still in the yellow here, of all places? Am I missing enemies in the hole? Like, are there enemies in this tunnel, maybe? Jeez, okay. I don't think there are. There are not. So... Where... Is it... This feels very far away. Okay, we've got a bunch of them aggroed. Fuck. Great turnaround, but that's okay. The amount of damage. I think Dragon Breath is definitely doing more damage to us than the other spells. Like that, those Rock Blasts are not hitting us very hard. Let's see. We're not in the green, right? We're not in the green. If we manage to clear every enemy that we have cleared on previous saves, we should get to 65%. And maybe get the... There's only 2 enemies that we've killed that are additional. So I don't know for sure that we're going to get above the save threshold. Or above the leave threshold, rather. Okay, so we just killed a couple more that were in here. Is that everybody in here? I don't know that it is, but it looks like it is. Looks like we pulled that whole pack. Let's check now. We're at 45%, because we hadn't killed these 2. That's a no. I think it's probably these that are blocking me, which means that the thing that's blocking me is the boss that I'm not going to try to kill. I don't know this dungeon super well. The like layout of this dungeon. You spend so little time in here that I just don't usually get a ton of time to like learn the layout. I could have easily died there. That was incredibly poor play on my part. Yeah, Dragon Breath is making a big difference in our setup here. Let's take a look. How much is Dragon Breath doing? Dragon Breath is... Looks like it's only doing 16% of our overall damage. We're still getting a lot out of it, I think. Oh, you know what? You know what? We might have actually pulled that room from this. Yes, that's what happened. The reason that there was nobody in that room is because we'd already killed them. Okay, I shouldn't be doing this, but we did it anyway, and it worked fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. We'd cleared out so many here. Now that we have like an additional AoE'er, we really have a lot of AoE clear potential that we can put to really good effect. Oh shit. Shooting down this corridor is very dangerous because there's the potential that we shoot it into the next room. There was definitely at least 2 in this room. I think it was just the 2. We're at 63%. God damn it. Is that pack just so well positioned? Didn't we have a higher percent completion last time? Weren't we at 64 when we died? I think, no, we had a higher percent completion because we'd cleared out a couple enemies from this upcoming room, I think. I think we might need to pull this room and just do a good job with it. Incoming. Monsters are weak and can no longer resurrect. That one has walked into a different room. Okay. Going to the right, going here, jumping over the trap, going over here. You cannot come up behind me. Because I didn't open this door. There's no door there. Are you trapped? No. No, not really. Facing that direction? Yes. Okay.
You see?
We're leaving. So to answer the question, yes. We just cleared out a good section of dungeon. We have this enemy that we need to clear. This is a closed door still. That's excellent. This door we have to open every time. That sucks. And now we swap to single target. For now, we swap to Elementalist Rotation. You swap to Toxic Cloud. And our goal is just to kill this thing before it kills us. Unfortunately, we have less room to play with now, but we also don't have a bunch of ads. Ooh, we don't have enough space. Okay, we're fine. Turn to the other direction. Okay, dodge that attack. Going over here. We have time. We're not going to kill it with this shot, so we need to pull around multiple corners. This is going to open eventually. We're going to just jump in here. Fuck pillars. Huh, look at that. We seem to be in a very familiar location. So, we're back at the location that we started at. And we can walk out the door. We're in the green here. Let's go. Let's go. So, whole dungeon's cleared except for the part that the like secret area of the dungeon. Let's clear these out. We can open all. We can basically get all the loot from this side of the dungeon because when we go into the other section of dungeon, we're going. That's an exit. It's a one-way trip. So, I'm gonna loot all of the things. I'm gonna grab all the bodies over here. And we have this trap, which won't go off. Just do this. I got a trapped chest. No. Okay, so jump over this, go over here, loot these, nothing on them. Mission successful. And I could go over here, but I've just looted and I don't remember for sure how that's gonna go. The barrel. Loot this. We are now in the green again. Yeah, that one pack was a real rough spot for us. Okay, next. Oh, this is interesting. So this is still open.
I have too much.
Okay. All set. So we got these. We need to hit the switch. Which I will definitely eventually remember the location of. And loot the bodies. That was on the door. Okay. So, we're saving this under dungeon. And we're gonna pop over here. Okay. The first thing. Okay. I might... Oh, God. Please. This is gonna be so rough. This section is so rough. These traps are serious business. Okay, I think that triggers when I do. Okay, let's reload this. Okay, maybe we don't do the normal way. Maybe we just play it safe. I think that there's just those and then the corner play. So if I just get... I think if I'm standing here, I'm relatively safe. If I'm standing there, I'm not. Obviously. Okay. Is it just random? I hope we've turned off the traps, because they seem to have stopped. Okay, magic gate's open. Open this. That is a problem. We don't have this door open. Okay. So we need to clear those out. I was right, there were a bunch of enemies in there. Okay, so we need to go over here. And which part of the floor is the trapped floor? Well, that definitely was the trapped floor. Okay, I don't know if the rest of the floor is also the trapped floor, but we're going to cast ourselves a rock blast.
Ready to use.
We need to cast ourselves a dragon breath. And our goal right now is to... Is that door closed? I think that door is closed, isn't it? So, this is not danger floor, so I know what the floor looks like that I need to avoid. There are just enemies here that I cannot just shoot casually through the door. Fuck, I should have turned. Okay. Okay, we got the kill. Not all of them have leaked, which means that we might be able to make this work. This might be the boss. It's not the boss. It is very dangerous, though. We don't have our whole party here. And this is closed again, for some reason. Okay, do we save this off the back of... I mean, we would if we still had the ability to, but we don't. So, that's fine. We're just... Blades. I don't know what this enemy is doing.
Ready.
Plagueborn? This is closed. So... You know what?
You see?
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna just save the game. I don't like it. Okay, I forgot that door was gonna be closed. So I think what we do here is we save the game out here. Everybody's alive. We now have a boss that we just need to rotate around a bit. So give them the old ring around the rosy. we go. Is that gonna hit? That's not gonna hit. Can I just jump on your bed? Oh, the door's closed. Right, of course the door's closed. I might be able to just jump on your bed, actually. That was funny. Just kill me. I did like a mini hop into the center of the trap. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna do this again. Do this again. I want to get in your bed. No, I can't get in the bed. The ceiling on the bed is too... That was purely for the meme. I wasn't really expecting it to work. I just wanted to get on the bed. We haven't used a bed for so long this run that I'm just like getting antsy. No. Not allowed. That's very old-fashioned. That's not how dating works anymore. Because, you know, I, as a person who haven't dated in fucking decades, am an expert on... I think that's it. I think that's what the kids are up to these days, is hitting each other with skibbity toilets. I'm pretty sure that's it. You nailed it. You know, I'm realizing that what I could do is pop over here, and I could actually just put this, rather than like try to fight this normally, I could try, Jesus Christ, I could certainly try to accomplish the objective I'm trying to do. Jesus, calm down. Nope, yeah, I'm definitely dead, because I'm not going to be able to get in here before they do. Yeah, that was wild. That thing was so on my ass. I'm vaguely familiar with what Skibbity Toilet is. Skibbity Toilet is a video game series, actually. That's what that is. I'm just waiting to see if anybody corrects me. Probably not. I don't know that anyone in my audience is terribly familiar with Skibbity Toilet. My understanding is that it's a YouTube short series. I think it's like it's probably like Salad Fingers, basically. Like it's this generation's Salad Fingers. Which I'm also too old for Salad Fingers, to be clear, but I saw like a game theory on it or something. So like, just kind of like a weird, like, bizarre thing. That's my understanding. Absolutely not. What, it's absolutely not this generation's Salad Fingers? Well, look, brain rot is the reason for the season, you know what I mean? Brain rot is how we do these days. You know, this is the world we created for Gen Z. Or I guess Gen Alpha. Skibbity Toilet is a Gen Alpha thing, right? Maybe not. It might be Gen Z thing. It's fairly old, so I would imagine it's probably because like they would be pretty. And it is literally the world that we created for them, because it's using Half-Life, right? It's like a Half-Life engine and a Half-Life meme, right? Which is a thing that doesn't mean anything to the generation that's doing the Skibbity Toilet stuff, right? Like, but like all of those models are taken out of our generation's stuff, right? Like it probably wasn't someone from Gen Z that made Skibbity Toilet, right? It's got like what's he called? The suitcase guy, right? The smoking man is the guy is the equivalent character from X-Files. Talking about Skibbity Toilet is just destroying your internet connection. It's protesting. It's like, no! I refuse to acknowledge the existence of this thing. But they've made some games out of it too, right? Like, there is some Russian game that involves the Skibbity Toilet meme, I think. I think Markiplier played it. I'm actually very curious, like thinking about the cultural impact of the X-Files. I'm curious to know how much of the stuff that shares a root with the X-Files shares a common ancestor versus how much of it is directly inspired by the X-Files. Because, like, the suitcase guy is the smoking man, right? Like, fundamentally, like, they're the same dude, I think. Where it's like, okay, this is just a person who ominously stands in the distance while the protagonists are doing their shenanigans, right? Like, who has, like, a very similar vibe and aesthetic. Like, I think that they're basically, like, the same character. But like there's a bunch of other stuff that I'm actually gonna go to an inn and just pick up some food so that I can save the game right before the entrance of this thing, because it's a bit of a pain in the ass to... I don't want to go through this way because there's a chance that I die. But like, there's a huge amount of like inspiration from the X-Files in things like the SCP community, right? That creative writing project. The SCP community is strongly inspired by the X-Files. Half-Life is strongly inspired by the X-Files. Like, there's like entire genres that are basically the X-Files, right? And I just don't know how much of that is
Pleased to see guest in the house.
because they're inspired by the X-Files, and how much of that is that the X-Files is part of like a long-standing tradition of it, and it's just the first part of that tradition that I'm familiar with, right? Because like there's a big difference between those two things. Even if things are inspired directly by the X-Files, if what they're inspired by in the X-Files is something that the X-Files was inspired to do by something else, right? Oh, right. That room. Oh, right. The room that blows me up when I enter it. I remember you. Remember the days where Rock Blast was a spell that we hated because it always killed us? You remember those days? And now we don't worry about dragon. We don't worry about Rock Blast because it does the least damage to ourselves out of any of the spells that we're blowing ourselves up with. And we haven't run into... Shit. Does that reset my progress? I don't actually know. Click and the cock click. Sick, click, click. I think I'm safe here. I don't know. Okay, so those are separate from each other. Okay, we now have a creature to kill, and we have a portal to go through. And the portal disappears if we have to reload. We cannot save the fact that we have opened this portal. That's not a thing we can do. So. This is not a level 300 genie, it's a much lower level genie. Fuck! I forgot that there were enemies right there. So that's interesting, actually. I wonder if they've changed it so that you actually can save the fact that that's open. Because there's supposed to be a portal there. There wasn't a portal. So that's kind of interesting. Probably gonna die here. Okay, we've gotten several of these done. Sick click. Okay. We have hit every single failure point we can, basically. I think both of the people who have second lives have been hit, and the two people who don't die instantly have also been hit. So, okay, Magic Gate's open. We are going to open the door. We're going to clear the genie, and then once we've cleared it, we're going to go over here. We're going to save the game before we go in. And you know what we can do? You know what might be a really smart thing to do before we go through this portal, huh? We're going to cast Invis. So, we now move forward immediately. We have a Brigand here. We have a Rogue there. I'm going to go ahead and open this. We open this, there's nobody over here, which is excellent for us. For our purposes, this is excellent. Clear. Okay, we still have the ability to save. We haven't opened those doors, we're going to save the game now. So we hit danger or dungeon, we're going to save it under dungeon. So, we can open this door. Time, probably. I just saw the word old and assumed. Okay. How many enemies are still left in here? What the hell? Okay, this is what, arrow? Whoa, baby! Okay. fine. 94%, 95%. There's presumably a pack of genies in the last room. And we can open this bag of gold. Alright, we just have one more pack to clear. Hopefully it's not like a genie boss that kills us. This is a fish, I think. There we go. Oh, shit! Okay. Oop! See if I can hit the back wall and that hits them. It does. Okay, that gen is down. Okay. Okay. That did get them. I'd like to hit them with a projectile. There we go. Map complete, and we're in the green. Mission successful. So, we can save this under dungeon. We no longer require food to save in here. And this dungeon's done. I was a little bit concerned about this dungeon. This dungeon's a little dangerous. But, hey, you know, we got it first try. And that's the important thing, you know? The important thing in life is to succeed effortlessly without even trying. That's my motto. That's the Arctole way. Organize your life so you never have to work hard. That's the way for us.
No room.
Okay. We got there. Okay.
There isn't any room.
What am I doing? Okay. Where did I leave to? Okay, we left to Freehaven. Which is fine. So, mission successful. We've cleared through that dungeon. Let's take a look at our EXP. We have not gotten enough experience to do the thing. So, we might actually be able to go to Silver Cove. Oh, shit. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go ahead and turn that off. And I don't need to save under dungeon anymore, because we finished the dungeon. We're saving under caster save. Let's take a look at what shinies we picked up. Anything useful? Okay, this would be really useful if we needed it, but we don't.
Jump.
What is this?
Jump.
Okay.
This item's
Shield. Ooh, I like it a lot. The hit points is not super useful for us. But everything else is really, really solid. The hit
I
points
have too
are
much.
vaguely
There's no
useful
room.
for you, in theory.
We don't need
And it also gives you a big DPS
I
increase.
might
That's
need
excellent,
This item's weak.
because we still haven't actually picked up all of our spells.
Leave it.
We don't need it.
Okay, got a Volge, got a Spear, got this,
Jump.
this. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Jump.
Bum, ba, bum. Okay, so I think we've looked at all of our stuff for the most part. I think there's probably a couple items in some of these other inventories. Why are you... Because you're legendary. We don't have the promotion done for the vampire yet. We have an hour and a half to get it done. And we should be able to. We just need to click on the towers. We do need to go to Silver Cove, which we don't currently have access to yet. However, we just finished up the area we were in. We can go to Silver Cove next, and once we go to Silver Cove, we can just click the thing and then immediately head back. I think, like, just immediately head back to the next area, because we're basically going to get enough EXP from this turn-in to send us back to Might Magic 8, I think. So we should be able to do Garrett Gorge. We're probably not going to finish that today, but I think we're going to get Goose promoted finally. And once Goose is promoted, we will have access to a bunch of new stuff. That'll be nice. The other thing that I'm going to do is, before we head over to Silver Cove, which I think we can walk there from Freehaven, maybe? Or from Icewind Dale, maybe? That's definitely the name. But before we do that, we are actually going to do one quick thing, which is we're going to walk over to Jadame, and we're going to say, hey, wasn't there something we needed to do? What is your central fountain? I need to drink from a fountain here somewhere. Or not? Where is your... Is it this? Doesn't this poison us? There's no way I need to drink from a poisoned fountain. Right? Because I think I can't teleport here, right? I can't teleport here. Oh, there's a giant well right off the... Look, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. Mission successful. We now have the ability to teleport to Ravenshore. You can tell I spent so much time in my Magic 8, huh? Let's see here. Popping back to Enroth. And we are going to teleport over to... What time is it? It is 10:39. I love that for us. We're heading to Blackshire. So Blackshire has the Adept Dark Magic Guild. And so we're going to pop in there and see if there's a Soul Drinker. If there's a Soul Drinker, we're picking up that sucker. Is it necessarily our best option right now?
The magic of
No. Does it matter? No, because we can't pick it up anyway. Control Undead would be fun. Pain Reflection, Shrinking Ray. A lot of fun things. We're not going to worry about them. We don't have the money to waste. So, popping back over to Freehaven, and we're going to pop over to Silver Cove. How do we get to Silver Cove? Do we just go east from here? We can't... No, east from here is... Okay, so no. I think we can get there by walking from Whitecap, maybe? Because it's the middle of the night, so we can't
Fine.
get there the way I want. 30 food on this side, heck yeah. So we can't turn this quest in yet. We're going to have to go to Silver Cove for that. But I think we just fly into Silver Cove, grab the fountain, and grab the thing, and we're done. I don't think we need to fuck around in Silver Cove very much. So let's do this. Normally we wouldn't allow ourselves to leave, but we do have a priority on questing. And this is a weird one. Just in general. Since we're doing the max bolster instead of the normal arc mode, it's just a little different. Okay, we need to, I think, maybe fly due south. I could try just flying over all the druids here. If we fly at the top distance, is that enough? I doubt it. It's not enough, but between that and oh god. I had hopes. They were dashed along the shoreline. I'm getting tagged from behind by that thing. There's a couple of characters that I could have survived that hit, but we do have druids in like every direction, so I'm a little concerned about this. Some druids here. For the most part, not a huge threat. Is there another? There's another set of druids right here. Shit. Okay, we're probably fine. We're faster than the gargoyles flying. So, as long as we can get around these and get past these and not trigger... We didn't get killed by the tower before we got there. Alright, we should be fine now. So, I'm gonna go tag the tower. Boop. We can save the game. And we need to grab the fountain. I think it's this one. And we now have the ability to do a bunch of cool stuff. We're not going to do anything here yet. We're first going to go back to Whitecap. We're going to turn this quest in. If turning this quest in doesn't get us enough EXP to leave for Might Magic 8, then we will kill our way through a bunch of Silver Cove until we can.
His Grace, Eric von Stromgard.
There we go.
Marquis of the Northern Marches.
So, that's enough. And I figured it would be. So, you are now a Nosferatu. We've now upgraded our vampire. They have access to Master and Grandmaster in Mind. They have access to Master in Body and Master in Spirit, I believe. So, that also means that we can finally get Mind whatever, the nuke that Mind has, that will hopefully be an upgrade over what we've got, over the thinger. So we can get Master and Grandmaster. I don't have 32 skill, question mark? I have 30 skill instead of 32 skill. That's an issue that we can resolve by just leveling up, I think. I think we're fine. Wonders of Mass Distortion. Are we already member you? Okay, Light Magic Expert. We're already that. Mass Distortion again. The Wonders of Mass Distortion. What is your quest? I completely forgot about the Druids in the Monolith quest. Huh. Let's see here. Anything else that we need? Master and GM learning. This is Ascension. So this is a big deal. I think we want to pick this up, actually. This is going to massively reduce our mana costs. We don't have 32 skill, do we? We don't even have close to 32. Okay. That costs a lot. I don't know if that's going to be worth the cost for it right now. We don't have a ton of money on hand, and I need to get certain things like getting GM mined are pretty important right now.
It is closed.
This is closed. Repair. Anything else that I get here? Do we get meditate here, maybe? No, meditate we get in Mist. So, I think... we're mostly looking to train. And that's about it. We're basically just looking to do training, get ourselves the next thinger. We do have the other self-magic users here, I think. So this is Master Mind. This is Master Body. So you're already a Master in Body. You are not. I need 150 grand for this, which is, I think, too much for me to do for Goose. Goose doesn't need it that much right now. And yeah, I completely fucked up by not getting myself up to 32. I forgot about that. If I get this to GM, this is a 50% increase in the damage output of this spell. So that might still be a better spell, honestly. We might use that for most of the game. If we get it boosted by 50%, it's actually going to be a really hard-hitting spell. That might actually make it my hardest-hitting spell in my party. I'm actually quite pleased with the Oh, we have Master Merchant here. We finally pick up Master Merchant. Excellent. Little late, but that's fine. This is Adept Guild of Self, which isn't super interesting. Do I have Protective Services membership? I don't know that it matters. Okay, pushing paper. Master of Earth. So, we can get GM Earth now if we want as well. Do we want to pick up Mass Distortion? Because I think we can do that now. Did we forget to get this to 32 as well? We did not. We do have this at 32. So, how much does it cost to get GM Earth? 500 grand. Okay, so if we do that, that's all of our money. That would be everything that we're using. I don't think we want to use everything on that. I think I'd rather get Mind up. Oh, actually, we also have to get Dragon to GM. So we need to figure out whether we want to do that instead. Because we actually don't have enough money to do everything that we want to do. You know what? We're heading over there anyway. So let's just go to the place now. We've picked up Mastermind. We don't have the spell yet. And I want to pick up the spell and see what we can do with it. So I think that'll work fine. So we can cast Fly. We can pop over here. We can go to Garrett Gorge. And we can we can start clearing out either the Dragon Hunters or the Naga. And I'm trying to think of which of those two dungeons is a better choice. I'm very concerned about the Naga dungeon. So, is it funnier to just go clear it? I think it's funnier. I think it'll be just a fun way to handle things. So, let's do that. I am going to go to Garrett Gorge, and I'm going to take a nap, basically. That's what's going to happen here. We're going to go to Garrett Gorge, and I'm very tired, so we're going to try to look for a bed to take a nap in. And I guess we'll get Dragon GM first. And then it's nap time. So we pop over here. And Dragon GM, I think, is the southernmost, or not southern, the southern room here. You are not here. You are here. You are here. But I think I might still need to go to Paradise Valley. I had a suspicion that it wasn't going to fix the fact that they were already moved. So it's not a retroactive fix. So they're still not here. And that's fine. We can go to Paradise Valley and get them there. Hopefully. So we're going to pop over here. We're going to cast Invis. Because, like, you know, people are kind of weird. They don't necessarily want me sleeping in their beds. So we pop over here. We go in here, and we can just immediately trigger them all to aggro for some reason, even though they literally cannot see me. They have literally no reason to be upset with me. And yet, nevertheless, they upset. Okay. So, we're going to pop over here, and then, oh, look at this. We've got some nice beds here. I guess I'm just going to stand right here, and then we're just going to get in this bed and, you know, take a nap. So, you know, I feel like we've got, like, a well-deserved break that we can take here, and, you know, this will go fine for us. Everything is gonna go fine. Let's cast Rock Blast. Do we have... So this is actually easier than it is normally. Because we can actually shoot out this window. That's interesting. They are not approaching the way that I would expect them to. And I believe that we're just safe here. I feel like there's a possibility that I am going to have to deal with some leaks, which will be bad because I can't handle any leaks. Like, I don't remember the specifics on my previous run. So, it's possible that some of them will periodically reach me. It's also possible that they'll only reach me if they survive for longer than anybody's going to survive. So, like, in theory, they could survive it, but in practice, they just won't. That's also a possibility. But I don't know. We hit somebody with a Toxic Cloud. Life is good. Alright, So this dungeon should go fairly smoothly, I think. I'm gonna try to get... Yikes. I'm gonna try to get to the point where we can, like, save before we start taking any risks. Before we start knowingly taking any risks. Again, like, this... I'm fairly sure that this is a reasonably safe strategy, but I'm actually not 100% positive that this is a safe strategy. The melees have the ability to, generally speaking, tank a hit or two periodically, in a way that these casters just cannot. These casters are not set up that way. You know, it's almost like casters have a toolkit that I'm underutilizing for maintaining their survivability. It's almost like something like that is going on, but I don't know. That's probably just me talking out of my ass. That doesn't seem reasonable. I don't think the casters have any way to get stronger than more durable than these are. I'm pretty confident. If there's one thing I know, it's casters. And if there's two things I know, it's that Arcane Shield is not a skill in this game. It's not called Arcane Shield, it's called Magic Mana Shield or something like that. So, you know, I was right. Exactly. See, I said what I said, and the thing I said was correct. Okay. This is going to try to kill me. It didn't, though. Importantly, that was pretty spooky. So, they got blasted. Alright. So we are running out of mana here, which is unfortunate. But we've got 33% clearance, and I think I'm pretty comfortable to save, actually. We have another save available to us, so we'll just save the first save here. I'm not anticipating too much difficulty from here on. Oh, fuck. I say as I should have killed myself, but didn't. I think that thing must have hit me. Right? Is that why I'm at 1 hit point? Did I just get saved by my shield? Yeah, we've cleared most of the enemies out of here now. So, I'm going to take a look over here. And will you get released when I come down? You will. Okay. So we have a mercenary captain here. We had a mercenary captain here. We might be able to clear these without them being able to get out of here, or they might get released. Man, that's real rough for you, friend. That's real rough. There's an enemy right here. God damn it. That's pretty funny. Okay. So we only have like a couple enemies left that we need to drag out of here. Can I just go to this side of the bed? Does this bed work? Can I switch beds? I haven't tried this bed before, so I don't know if I can just switch beds to unlock a bunch of enemies. Wouldn't it be nice to actually do something on the first try? I mean, we always do things on the first try, obviously, but...
We got that one.
That looked like it was going to kill me. No suspicion you can hit me, but... It doesn't matter if you don't. That Toxic Cloud just hit for 14k? That's got to be something weird happening. It's doing both the Fire Blast and the Toxic Cloud, I think. Okay, we're gonna find out. We're probably not gonna find out, but we could, in theory, find out. If we continue to fuck around, maybe we will, in fact, find out. Alright, so, we're gonna pop down here. We blow through these. We know that the one on the right side of us, it's on the west side of the map, the one on the right has the ability to get released. So we're gonna pop over here. Will you? Yes. It looks like it only gets released when it gets hit, though. I don't have any mana left, so that could have gone very badly for me. Okay, we have one more enemy in this room, which is going to be very easy to kill, as long as I pull it out of the room and don't just walk into it and go roll. So, it's a saveable, it's not. So I didn't even need that room. Okay, so we're at 59%. And our goal now should probably be... Whoa! Realizing that these were never pulled. Oh, shit. That's spooky. We're gonna get in the proper bed. That was spooky. Monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect. Gonna walk straight out the door.
We'll be.
Whole run, we've never had to reload the entire time. I actually just leave the game on in the background. We don't even need to reload when we're done for the day. We just leave it on in the background and just come back to it immediately. That's how dedicated I am to doing everything on the first try, you know? Oh, did you not come out? Perfect. Yeah, I'll take another free set of hits on you, no problem. Yeah, just stay right in there, no problem. Easy peasy. Alright, yeah, just come to me this time. Oh, it's not fine! It might not be fine! Jeez, you had a lot more HP than I thought you did, friend. First try, easy peasy, no problem. Nothing going wrong at all. Wow. Could you please learn to aim? Monsieur Tollet. Oh boy. Concerning. Okay, it's definitely out.
seen one before.
And we were standing on the wrong part of the bed. The bed failed us for the first time. I'm sorry, that's not true. We failed the bed. Bed didn't fail us. Where the hell is the... Oh. Okay, we went too far. That's fine. Okay, we got a little bit turned around. Nothing too much of a problem at all. Okay, so let's clear this one out. It's also funny, I didn't save after I killed the Dragon Slayer here, because I was like, oh, well, this'll... Because we've already gotten so much damage into the boss, we might as well, you know, work with what we've got, and then we had not done a lot of damage to the boss, actually. That's not true. There might actually be some enemies in this room, so let's go pull those next. We don't have these enemies pulled right now, so since those aren't pulled, I should be able to just pop out of here, pop in, grab the next set of enemies, and have a good old time. It's gonna go great. I'm gonna take a little bit of a pot shot. Is there nobody in here? Huh. Okay, that's actually surprising. I was definitely expecting there was going to be enemies in there. I think there's an enemy pack in this room. There sure do be.
I need healing.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you sure do. It's almost like somebody made a mistake. I don't know who it would have been, but somebody's out here just taking pot shots that don't need to be taken. I'm not going to point any fingers or anything. Ignore the gesture that I'm doing right now. It's definitely not finger pointing. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll plow through a couple enemies there. I mean, no. I mean, we can, but we need to actually shoot better. There we go. So we took out the one that's in the hallway. And will we ever... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Always blame chat. Always a safe option. Anything that goes wrong, you can generally assume that chat had some hand on it, in it, you know? It's just how chat be. Okay, so we're saving the game. We've got 79% clearance now. I think we've cleared everybody from this section of the dungeon. How are we doing on Thinger? We have a little bit of experience, but not a lot. So I think we're going to clear this dungeon, and then I think we're going to also, sadly, need to do the next bit here. Oh, can I just kill you this way? Yeah. That worked fine. Since we did kill that one, I'm actually going to pop out, because that's a full Dragon Slayer. They're actually not trivial to kill. They have a decent bit of HP. And then I think we're just going to pull this thing out and take a nap again. Now, the last time that we pulled this out and then took a nap, it went super great for us. So let's definitely have an exact repeat of what happened last time, right? And by last time, I do, of course, mean the last time that we did a caster run. In which we definitely... Okay, you rotated all the way back inside. Because of course you did. Okay, that... I think is pretty impressive that I wind up with a shot on the first try. I think that's pretty cool. Definitely should be taking my hands off the keyboard while we're taking repeated pot shots at something around a corner that we can't see. Okay. That... Okay, we can't actually use the bed for this. The bed will not save us from the boss in here. The bed won't save us. I'm offended. Alright, we're gonna see if we can get a table to get the job done if the bed doesn't want to do it. Chat, why did you break the bed? What the hell? That is true. That bed is too OP. Yeah, that's the second time that we've died in there to this Dragon Slayer specifically. My assumption is that it's actually too large to get stuck in a position where it can't hit me. Ooh, that's very concerning. Do not love to see that. We'll see what happens. This could warp to me at any point, or it could walk up the fucking... Oh god. Where are you? Okay. That's alarming. I'm in a real bad spot here. It's fairly low. So there's a decent chance here. It just comes down to whether it randomly decides to go a little bit further to its right and my left to get around here. We got it. We got it. If at first bed don't succeed, try a counter. Okay. That's how the expression goes, right? But I guess it was not just the bed that don't succeed, it was also the table that don't succeed. Okay, let's activate Rock Blast. And right, I set myself to blades instead of setting myself to random. So this could go very badly for me very rapidly. Because anytime that we shoot this and hit that target over there, there's a chance that... Wait, is there a chance? Yes! Okay. Okay, that's fine. I needed to check if there was a door. And I was like shooting it through the door or something. I didn't need to check that. I could have just assumed, but I didn't. So there.
Ready.
But I didn't. Ooh, shit! Did you just disease me? It's incredible. Luckily, we can cure that now. Okay, we just slammed ourselves in the face with a rock blast. Love doing that. It's one of our favorite activities. Okay, we have 3 more saves. We'll just pop a save here. And, you know, if you just get lucky enough, you don't need skill. As long as they keep attacking people who don't die when they get hit. Though I guess it's a bit more fair to say you need limited skill, because I guess even with good RNG, I can only get hit once on each of these characters, so it's not like I can just focus band through it. It's the focus band that can proc repeatedly, right? Focus sash breaks when it gets hit.
Who's next?
I may or may not be following a Pokemon Run and Bun Nuzlocke at the moment. That might be a thing that's happening. Okay. Yeah, it's very fun to see, like, someone who is like, I do not like Nuzlocks, I'm going to make exactly one attempt at this Nuzlocke, and I'm going to succeed, or I'm never going to try it again. So I'm going to make every effort to make it work. Because, like, there's a big difference between, like, okay, well, I don't like Nuzlocks, I'll give it one attempt, and you're not, like, giving it that serious an attempt. So, like, you're not actually, like, likely to succeed.
Okay.
You're not, like, maximizing your odds, versus someone who's like, oh no, I'm gonna do everything in my power to make this succeed. You know, dedicate hundreds and hundreds of hours to the one run that you're willing to do. I think that makes for an interesting setup. One might call it like a true Nuzlocke, where it's like, okay, we're gonna make one attempt at this, right? I think that that's kind of an interesting thing to do. I've never had any interest in doing a Nuzlocke. It's like, okay, I'm gonna play a creature collector, and I'm not gonna let myself collect any creatures. Excuse me? That seems not what I'm here for. And again, that's just me, right? That's because that's what draws me to creature collectors. I fully comprehend that, like, people play creature collectors, and the idea of, oh, I have a limited selection of creatures to work with, and I have to figure out how to make it work with this limited format. I get it. I get that people like that. It's just not what I'm playing a creature collector for, you know? Did I stream Ender Lilies? I'm trying to remember. It's a Metroidvania, and I don't remember if I streamed it or if I just played it on my
There isn't
own.
any room.
Because the sequel just came out, and I'm wondering if I want to play it. I enjoyed the original one. I think it's kind of like an interesting concept. I don't know. Sometime in the last few years. I think it was definitely more than a year ago. But it would have been fairly recently.
There isn't any room. No, there isn't any room.
I have too much.
It was some number of years ago. That number is probably less than 10. I might have just played that by myself. Honestly, I might have been, like, concerned about it. Because, like, the protagonist is, like, a little kid. And I'm like, I'm sorry, video games, but a lot of times you're very sussy with, you know, little girls. It's a problem, okay? It's a problem with our medium. So, I don't remember there actually being any problems in it. Like, there wasn't anything weird, I don't think. Not that I noticed, anyway. But I might not have streamed it because I was like, okay, I would need to vet this for weird factor before I would be willing to stream it. Yeah, I think I probably just played it already. Yeah, the sequel has a little boy instead of a little girl. So, but it has like the same principal concept. But yeah, the conceit of the game is kind of interesting in that it's like the way that like the fighting works is just very different from standard games. Not like mechanically. Mechanically, it's a fairly like normal thing, like from a game mechanics, but from a lore perspective, the way that the fighting works is very different. It's like a summon-based fighting system completely. Like, your character does not fight at all, and I think that's just kind of interesting. And the game was decent. Like, I think that they did a decent job with it. There were some issues with like the combat was like a little floaty, there were issues where you could get through the bulk of the game going full pacifist, where you would only fight bosses. You could get through the vast majority of the game that way, and then there's like a certain point in the game where you just can't do that anymore because they lock the door. Like they lock you in rooms for a certain area, and I thought that was kind of unfortunate because, like, particularly in a game where the aesthetic is that you are playing as like a little kid, I really like the idea of not fighting, of like being like, okay, I'm gonna treat like all of the enemies as like as platforming challenges, right? Where it's like, okay, trying to get around this enemy without killing it adds a lot of difficulty to the platforming, right? And so I enjoyed doing that for most of the game, and then randomly you get to one of the late areas, and it's like, okay, well, the next like literally like 10 rooms lock until you kill every enemy inside of them. And so I went from like level 5 or something from previous locked rooms to like level 80. I'm not kidding. It was like that extreme. Like, because it's at the end of the game, like you're dealing with late game enemies and you're locked in a room with all of them. It was very funny.
Jump.
But yeah, I enjoyed it. So it'd be interesting to see if the sequel improves on the stuff that I thought was like fine and serviceable, but not not excellent or not. But if I didn't stream the first one, I don't know if I will get around to doing the sequel before whatchamacallit comes out. Before Silksong comes out. The really funny thing is, Silksong can come out literally any day now. It's probably not going to, right? But one of the great things about the dynamic that the developer has set up is that, like, they could kind of just... The technical capacity to release the game is, in theory, there. We don't know whether the build is a build that's ready for release on Steam, but the build's been put on Steam. Steam has a build of the game. So, because of that, we have no idea whether we're 6 months away from release because the development team is not prepared for release. The things that are in there, but it's not a finished build, right? We don't know whether that's the case, or they have a finished game on there that they could pull the trigger on and release anytime they want, right? We don't know that from external perspective. We did a few weeks ago. Because a few weeks ago, there wasn't a build on Steam. So it's like, okay, well, we know that they have to put a build on Steam before they can release the game on Steam, right? Like, they're not going to release a game on Steam without having the game uploaded to Steam. That's kind of a prerequisite there. So, we are not even close. Anyway, so it's going to be interesting to see if Silksong comes out sometime soon. If Silksong comes out, I'm probably going to be streaming that, like, exclusively until I beat it, because it's Silksong. So, just so people are aware. Though maybe I should just keep Silksong for myself, honestly. One of the issues with playing new games that come out that I'm into is that a lot of times my viewers are also into them and want to play them blind. You know what I should do? I should cultivate a community of spoilers. I should cultivate a community of people who just talk spoilers constantly. That way, I cultivate a community where I can play new games and no one cares that they're getting spoiled. This is the big brain strats, okay? This is the problem. I've cultivated a community where people can expect to not get spoiled on random games that have just come out. Because I tell people not to spoil for my purposes. I should just randomly spoil every game. So about Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. See, the thing is... yeah, but I like to have... See, the thing is that I like to have, people in here, and a large overlap of people who watch me and people who are interested enough in the games that I'm playing that they don't want spoilers on them. There's a pretty sizable overlap there, right? Like, it slows down chat a ton when I play a new game. And I know what the reason is, because people come in on day one and say, "Oh, this is great. I'm very glad that you're streaming this. I can't watch it." Right? So, it depends, right? Ooh, that is very solid. That's plus 10 light magic. Let's go. So people who don't mind being spoiled on Vigor will have to pick up the slack there, which is, not their responsibility. Ooh, this might be useful. That might be quite useful. Yeah, I think the issue is that a lot of the most engaged people tend to dip out if I do certain types of games that are new. And it has 2,400 for the hell. It has a noticeable impact. I shouldn't have sold that without checking that more deeply on what it was going to do for me. It's not the end of the world at all. I still do it. I still stream stuff like that all the time. But I'll probably end up streaming there. If I stream whatchamacallit? I know the words. Silksong. If I string Silksong, are you gonna stick around Astro Kitty, or are you gonna go, oh no, I can't. I need to run. I'm also curious how long it would take. Because presumably it should take less time than it took to beat Hollow Knight. Because I'm way, way more, like, practiced with Metroidvanias now than I was when I first played Hollow Knight. Because, like, I played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, got that fully finished up. I played Hollow Knight, got that... not full. I didn't get every achievement in that. You know what's funny? I no longer have every achievement in Bloodstained Ritual of the Night because they've added more DLC, so there's more achievements. But I actually had that. That was one of the only games that I had every single achievement for. And they stole it from me. The bastards. I don't think it sounds like blasphemy that I would play Hollow Knight. Most of the games that I play are RPGs, so it's not surprising for someone to have not played Hollow Knight. I very rarely played Metroidvanias. So it's not surprising at all that someone wouldn't have played Hollow Knight. Like, it's an amazing game, but whether you're going to be interested in playing it is broadly dependent on whether you play Metroidvanias. Oh, well, that's unusual then. That is unusual. It's a good game. It's a good game. It comes highly recommended for many people, including myself. That hell aura. That hell aura damage is so funny. How is it that we're finding level 290 required heavy pole axes now, but we didn't find anything with over 230 required when we were fighting the level 350 genies? That's my question. I think it's a reasonable question. Let's see, I'm probably not going to equip this wizard staff with luck. I'm just not going to worry about it. This I don't think I need. And this I will maybe hold on to. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think a lot of the like bed weapons and stuff like that tend to be weird in terms of their... We are almost to the point where we can equip that club. That 152 club that we picked up in the genie area. We can equip that soon. Wait, seriously? Where are you holding everything? Oh god, is it just that... Okay, never mind. We just don't have that much space. Okay, we're going to keep selling.
We can outfit you.
Disease immunity. Why would we need disease immunity? We're already immune to disease as long as we don't get hit. Yeah, I actually haven't even come close to getting 100% in Hollow Knight. Because I'm not, like, good enough at the game. So maybe I will get absolutely just crushed in Silksong, actually, now that I think about it. I would anticipate that the hardest content in Silksong is probably going to be harder than the hardest content in Hollow Knight. I would anticipate that the general difficulty curve will probably be fairly similar, because I don't think that they're going to deliberately make it like, okay, well, this is like Mario the Secret Levels, which is like basically DLC for the original Mario Brothers that was like massively harder. Alright, Invis. Maybe I should do that. Okay. This is going to be a really rough dungeon. This might be a dungeon that we cannot clear.
Never seen one before.
Because these are level 143. They have 40,000 max HP. And I don't know where I can go in this dungeon to clear everything out without dying. Maybe what we need... No, we can't do it that way. So we're gonna need to do something with Invis here. We know that much. I was thinking maybe we could just pop in, kill a couple enemies, and walk out. And it's like, no, that's not how dungeons work, and you should know that. You know, maybe we shouldn't walk in here with no food. Maybe that's the first thing we should probably address, is the fact that we don't have any food and we're trying to go into a dungeon that's very hard. That's the first bit. So let's go grab food. My hope is that we can pick up...
Make yourself there you go.
A decent spot somewhere to just hang out and kill everything. I don't know how hard it's going to be. The thing is that getting in the entrance is going to be really hard. Just getting into this dungeon, making the initial break in here is going to be real hard and involve a lot of waiting around. Would be my assumption. We did blow that up real fast. But it doesn't matter, because as soon as anything gets one hit on us, we're dead. We don't have enough in one hit to wipe out that entire pack, and by the time we've gotten our second hit off, we're dead. So we would need more than what we've got to make it happen. We'll just stand right here. We didn't get lucky. Damage. Okay. We're gonna keep trying this. We need to get through that door. If we can get through this initial area, then we might be able to make something happen here.
I love the taste of blood.
I love the taste of blood. We can't walk through there at all, much less of a moving invis.
I bet it's going to be bad. This beats me.
Rude. Very rude. Very rude. This is going to be rough. This might be one of the hardest dungeon entries that we're going to have. Might and Magic 8 is full of dungeons like this, where getting into the dungeon in the first place is really hard. Just the initial entry is a massive issue.
Where is the enemy?
Forward. Yeah, there are disadvantages to the build that I have created. And those disadvantages are very obvious when we run into situations like this.
Where is the enemy?
Fuck. If they had just stayed still, they were far enough on the left there that the...
Great.
Okay. You know, if I... That was a pretty good possible start. Because there just weren't very many enemies. This is exclusively green. I think... No, it isn't. There's one queen there. Okay. These serpents are level 125. They do one-shot me.
I love the
There's a boss here.
I've never seen one before. Ready.
No shot. Yeah, I think we have to basically wait on a small spawn.
Yeah.
This is not small enough. We're just going to reload.
Yeah.
This might be small enough. Because if the spawn is too large, there's just no shot that they all happen to orient themselves in one direction for long enough for me to get through. There's no safe place here. Like, there's no place I can just wait for a full thing to go through. Standing here is dangerous in the sense that there's a decent chance that they walk up to me, but it's also the place that, like, right now, if I was standing in that corner already, I could have gotten through there. Because they had all oriented themselves far enough. We got there. We got through. Okay. I think, with that being done, do we save here? Let's save here under dungeon. We have the ability to give ourselves 2 more food to activate the next bit. Okay, let's reload. I hope that was not me running out of time. That was me running out of time? Oh god. I think that was me running out of... I am so sad. Okay, so we're gonna reload the autosave. We need to recast Invis. I didn't recast Invis before when I dicked around going into the other place.
Where is the enemy?
So now we have to get through there again, unfortunately. But
Let's go in.
okay. We got through there, but we got through there while becoming visible, unfortunately.
Yeah. Great plan.
Okay, we got through again. Pretty fast, too. So we're going to save this under dungeon. We're going to save this under danger, actually. Danger's a new file. Wait. I'm not becoming visible when I hit that switch, am I? Is it the switch, or is it me getting too close to the enemies? No, it's me getting too close to the enemies. Okay. Give me an opening. We got through. Okay.
Pray.
I wonder... There's one strategy that I could hypothetically use, and which may be the way to go. Fuck.
You ever seen one before?
Actually, I think in that final room there, we have an opening, now that I think about it. So we're going to try to do this. We're not going to try to do the other strat. Oh, it turns out that this is not actually safe. This spot is... dangerous too. Fuck. That's...
Pray.
Okay.
I need heat.
The other thing that I could try to do... We actually killed something there. We do so much damage. The just sheer brute force damage that we do is so out of control. What I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to try to do something incredibly shady. We're going to do the shadiest shit in existence if we can get away with it. It's going to be so shady. You're all going to be disgusted. You're just... None of you will be able to handle how shady this is. Okay, that has how many... There's no way that it's going to work on that one. I need to get a different one. Okay, this has at least one in it. Okay, we're going to go over here. Hello, friend. I don't think we can use this one, though. I don't know that we can use any of these, honestly. These are not a great setup. Okay. Turns out going to the right side, we have way more leeway. Let's see. Is this room any good? Ooh! It has a secret passage. Can I close this? Behind me. No. Can I close it in front of me? No. No, I don't think I can. Can't close this. Okay. So, we can't close that. These are not behaving the way that I need them to behave in order to make the thing that I'm trying to make work. So we're going to do this. And then I think we're going to go rotate back to here. And we're just going to try to get around this side instead. Because I think this might be more easy. Yeah, so we can do that. And then from there, we need to get through this room. And do we just make another save? I think we just make another save. Because there's not really much reason not to. The situation here is one that we really kind of have... It's all or nothing, right? Like, we're either going to get in a corner where we can kill absolutely... not absolutely every... It doesn't matter. We will have more than enough to make a save if we get into the yellow. So let's just do this. That allows us to make another save right here. Save this under dungeon so we don't lose the danger save. And then we can walk over here. And die. Okay. But it doesn't matter because we're already right here. So we're just trying to get through this room again. And by again, I think mean again, because I think that I've done this on a previous save. On a previous save, I think I've actually gotten all the way into that last room. And I think I do have an opening if I can get through this tunnel successfully. Because I believe that we had a situation where they couldn't actually get across this. I think we could stand right here and we were safe. And we're going to find out. We're not. There might be a very specific location that we need to stand in order to be safe in that corner. We're going to find out. In fact, I think This section is... If we have to do something fancy there... I'll keep reloading this one. We will try to get... We're going to try to open that back room and see if we can use that for anything. I'm not imagining it'll work for us. I don't think it's going to get the job done. But we have that available to us. But I feel like this sarcophagus was the thing that we used the previous time on the melees. However, I sure feel like there's a possibility those melees were able to survive at least like a couple of hits. And I needed that ability to survive a couple of hits in order for that to be a viable strategy. This room is completely open. We don't need to worry about that room. We only need to worry about the other room in the back. Maybe not. Could we use this chest? If we could use this chest platform, that might get the job done. But I don't think so. My guess is that probably we won't be able to do anything meaningful with the chest here. I think we're going to have to do something with that sarcophagus. We just have to figure out the play for it. I do think that this is going to take enough attempts on its own. This is a slow enough burn that I don't think it's reasonable to do this without saving with the previous room's success, but maybe it is. Maybe if we reload to danger, how big of a difference is there in the time investment in between attempts? We can click on that fairly easily. We can rotate past you. That's not that bad. We got a little lucky there, but nothing super crazy. So if I can get that done on like maybe 50% of attempts, I think that what we want to do is get past this room and save. I think that's how we might want to do this. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm going to try it. I'm going to fail at it. If we could get some of these rotated to a different position... Fuck. I think I just missed the opening there. I think we had an opening and we didn't go through it correctly. Please mark the gap. I don't think we have an opening there. There are only 3 on this side, but it's possible that we can trigger our invisibility to be lost by walking into the ones on the other side of this wall. Yeah, this might actually be too time-consuming to try to do both at once.
I don't.
Maybe, maybe not. The other thing... Whoops. The other thing that we have to be considering here is... If we could get these to come out of here and then telekinesis it closed, that would be really cool. I think that was something that I tried on the previous run and was not able to get working. I think I tried that and failed to get it to work. Like, we had an opening there, but it wasn't an opening. We couldn't get to the opening. There we've got the opening, and we got through the opening. We pop over here. We do have a limited amount of time as well. We're not sitting on unlimited time. Going through the center is tempting when it opens up. It's never going to stay open. The center is never going to stay open long enough for you to get through it. The center, basically every I didn't click the switch. Okay. Can we get through there? Probably. Nope. They started moving at exactly the wrong moment for me. Yeah, if there was one of these that didn't have an enemy in it, that would be really helpful. If any of these things didn't have enemies inside, that would help us immensely. Shoot. Okay, we got through. And I think this is definitely the way to go. It doesn't take long enough that it's worth not being able to save coming out the other side of this. What I'd like to do here is... I'd like to just wait until I have a really solid opening along the side here. Fuck. One of them rotated and I didn't see it. If I can get this set up... It's really unfortunate because we got through the one time. And now we need to try to get through. We've now taken, I think, more attempts trying to get through here. By a lot, actually, than it took to get through the first time. Getting through the first time was very fast. We almost got through there. If I had rotated a little... If I'd been a bit more aggressively positioned, I might have been able to get that done. Not aggressively positioned. If I was more, if I had a sharper angle toward the wall. Okay, we get through there. Okay. We got through. We got through both of these, and we are in the corner we needed to be in. So, what we're going to do is we're going to immediately use our food to save the game, and then we can dick around back here, and we are not really risking losing anything, because there's no place that we would rather be than back here. If back here doesn't work for us, there's no reason to have saves in this dungeon in the first place. So, we save under our second slot. We're going to walk in here. This is probably going to be nothing. This is not going to be useful to us, almost certainly. But we are going to try it. We cannot get on the other side of this chest, it looks like. So, we can't do too much with that, probably. I'm just going to stand here. This is probably going to go badly. Goes badly almost immediately. If I stand a little bit closer... We're looking for... We're looking for a position where the enemies are on the other side of this thing and are close enough that they stop moving and not in line of sight. That's basically what we're looking for right now. The issue is that I don't know if I actually managed to land that on the previous attempt at all. The other thing is that the change to the way the enemies handle corners might prevent it from working.
This, I never seen one before.
Okay, one of them was hitting me. It was probably the one in the front there. I think I mostly blew myself up there. We're going to swap you to single target. We're going to leave you on this maybe. And we are going to stand right here. This one's going to kill me right here. And basically, these two here can hit me. I don't think anything else can. We might be able to, like, RNG our way into the correct position here. We might not be able to. We'll find out. That had more enemies targeting us, I think, than just the one. Could be wrong. Again, we are kind of blowing ourselves up at the same time. Okay, there's multiple hitting us. Yes, these are not hitting us. There's a bunch of them that are trying to attack, but we do have a situation there. Okay. Promising. These, however, are a problem. The ones in this room, golden, no problem. We can get them probably by standing there. However, I think we need to stand on this side to get the ones on the other side. So, we're looking to get into a position where... I don't know if I can survive long enough to find out. My hope is that none of these will slip through here. That one was hitting me with melee, I think. So, there is a very real possibility. We need to not be that close. We need to be distinctly behind the thing. God, what if it just blows up?
I need healing.
Okay, they're definitely hitting us. Is it that one, or is it the ones behind me? I think it was that one. The timing on it feels right for it being the ones in front of me there. I can also try this side, but this side has one in there, so I don't think that's going to work. Okay. If I can get...
Pray.
I wonder if this will work a little bit better, actually.
I need healing.
No, I don't think it makes a big difference, but look how much damage we're doing. Holy shit. Like, that whole pack is losing a third of its HP in one shot. Pretty nice. Okay, so what can we do? About you? We can certainly hit this. I think we die if we hit it. Like, I think we have to use telekinesis to open that switch. Maybe if we're standing, like, right on the switch, it'll work. I think this is the switch for the thing. But yeah, I don't think that we can survive this. So we need to clear the dungeon before we can actually bring down the chest, which means that that's not going to be a viable thing. We have 10 minutes left. We're going to try this. It won't work, but we're trying it anyway. We are doing a lot of damage. If we had the ability to just not get surrounded, like, that would make such a huge difference for us. Like, these have 314,000 HP, which I think is way too much for us to realistically kill quickly. Yeah, those are like full-on bosses. So ain't nothing gonna happen with those. That's good. Nothing good gonna come out of them. Can I stand? Ooh, you know what? I don't think this will work, but we're gonna try it. Can I stand on the other side of the body? and have the body break line of sight? I don't think so. No. No, the body is not sufficient to break line of sight. I might have just not been on the exact position that I needed to be in, but I don't think that that's going to be something that works for me. Okay. We do have a lot of damage. The dragon breaths are hitting real hard. Could I, in theory, like, if I were here but these weren't, I don't think I could kill this even with just those available. I'm pretty sure that that wouldn't work.
I'm hurt.
Let's see. If I stand here...
Ow, ow.
Immediate failure.
I need healing.
Okay.
I need healing.
Okay, that's a no. I feel like they maybe are more susceptible if I hit them with Inferno.
Never seen one
Maybe I need to activate an attack. And then cast Inferno before they get to me on the side here. Can't believe how quickly we're wiping out the low tiers. The low tiers are dying so quickly. It's just that the quarters in this dungeon are so tight. The longest kite section I have is here, but this section is in between two like enemy packs. This is a really short kite section, and it's between three, right? If I could get like a really short bit of kiting distance, I could really just crush this, I think. Okay. Okay, I don't know. That's what we're looking for fundamentally. Except, like, we have, like, a couple of them. That was the rock blast. And then something killed me. What killed me there? I guess probably multiple hitting me from behind or something? If I could maybe lure them all to one side. Like, if I can lure them to this side and then move... I don't think so, because I think when I move, I'm going to release them. What else could I do? Do I have a way to knock everybody unconscious and stop their regeneration? If I go to Paradise Valley, I can solo this dungeon with my vampire. If I knock everybody unconscious, except Goose. Goose can solo this dungeon. Every attack in this dungeon is physical damage. So, with Grandmaster Vampire, Goose could walk into this dungeon and clear the entire dungeon solo. Is it time for some incredible pure madness to occur? I think that it is. So we need to figure out a way to take some damage that won't kill us. Good luck with that. Temple of Sansa? No, it has to be here. We don't have Lloyd's Beacon. We don't have Lloyd's Beacon right now. We could get Lloyd's Beacon at will. That's the thing we can just do at will. We have 32 water skill, right? We don't have 32 water skill. Do we have enough levels that we can get 32 water skill? We maybe can? I think we can. I think we can get 32 water. If we have 32 water, we have Lloyd's Beacon. If we put down a Lloyd's Beacon outside of this dungeon, and then we find a damage floor that can knock us all unconscious except Goose, and Goose is a vampire with Grandmaster Vampire, I think Goose can solo this dungeon. I think the Blade spell does physical damage. That's why I was taking Thorn's damage on mine. So if Blades does physical, we might have an answer to this dungeon. And I think that's what we're going to do next time. I think that's actually our plan. When is our last caster save? Caster save is right up there, outside. So I think this is going to work. I think this is how we do this dungeon. This dungeon, we use the vampire to solo the dungeon. I think it'll work. We're gonna confirm that it'll work next time. It is almost 1 o'clock, so that is going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure streaming this for you today, and I'm actually extremely excited to be trying a different style of shenanigans, like an actual party build. Like, speaking of Nuzlocke, okay, everybody has these different fucking status effects or whatever. Anyway, we'll see how it goes later.